Knox College, are you hearing me clearly?
Yes, really.
Yeah, man. I'm saying we're going to count down now, so let's we have to get everything ready.
It's too much because
Hold on, don't start the stream yet. Don't start it. Is it broadcasting? All right. Ladies and gentlemen, we are here at the semifinals of the hashtag A Free Republic Secondary Schools Debate Competition. We look a little different today, don't we? Because we're streaming live from the Zoom platform directly to you, the audience, on social media land. With us, we have two titans of debating. And that is not an hyperbole. Within this room, we have the top debating team from Zone B, Montego Bay High School for girls. And we have the top debating team from Zone C, Knox College. So these 6 women would have been the best that the 2 zones have to offer. They would have won both their matches. And not only would have won both their matches in the zonal competitions, they would have won them with the highest speaker scores amongst all other competitors. We are in for a treat today. Inside proposition, of course, we have the team Knox College. And inside opposition, we have the team Montego Bay High School for girls. And they will be debating the motion. This house believes that Jamaicans should be given the right to unrestricted access to all beaches. A very topical debate. With me, I have my chair judge, Javon Henry, and my wing judge, Javon Henry, very accomplished adjudicator. And with me as well is another very accomplished adjudicator, Curtis Wallace. We pulled out all the stops to ensure we have the best human resources, to ensure that we learn everything that happens in this debate and we make the right call. Now, with all that said, as always, you, the public, have a voice in this competition. In the chat, you will see a ballot, and that link is going to send you to the online voting portal. Vote for the team that you think deserves to win this debate. Listen to their speeches, listen to their argumentation. You, the public, make the determination on who you think should win this debate. And when you do that, the team that wins the public vote will get 5 points added to their team scores. This 5 points is one which can determine who wins this match. And I guarantee that with 2 titans of debating as are in this room, that those 5 points will be very critical. So please go ahead and vote, vote, vote. With all that said, you've heard from me enough. Who we want to hear from are these debaters. So we'll just go through some auxiliary things. Firstly, the speaker times. The first speaker will get 8 minutes. The second speaker, 7 minutes. The third speaker, 5 minutes. And then the reply speaker will get 3 minutes. The first and last minute of each speech is called protected time, in which no points of information will be allowed. And of course, there'll be absolutely no points of information in the reply speeches. Now, the last thing that I want to do, last but certainly not least, is to give a big shout out to the sponsors of this competition, those who have made this possible. We're talking the Sagicor Group Jamaica, and of course, the JMMB Joan Duncan Foundation. Cerulean Star is our main sponsor, and Apome Vite. Without you guys, this would not have been possible. Now, enough about Ravon. We now invite the first speaker of the proposition to open up this debate.
Honorable House, can you swim on any beach you want? Mr. Speaker, can you go on a beach picnic with your family without breaking the bank? Opposition, can you enjoy the coastline without the threat of jail time due to trespassing? If your answers to these questions, Honorable House, is yes, then you must be living in paradise, not Jamaica. In Jamaica, citizens are barred from entering or using some beaches because they aren't white men. This is an issue that has been plaguing our nation for more than 50 years. If you go to some private beaches and speak using the Queen's English, you are welcomed. However, don't make the mistake of speaking clearly in your native language, as you will not be accepted. Oh, we aren't open to the public. Oh, it's only for the tourists. We usually don't allow locals beyond this point. Mr. Speaker, this is not only unjust, but illegal. Honorable House, pleasant greetings. I stand here in firm agreement with the proposition to the motion not accepted. This House believes that Jamaican citizens should be given the right to unrestricted access to all beaches. I will begin by citing the unfortunate state of the right to of Jamaicans' beach access, and provide a mechanism to facilitate its rectification. The fundamental right of beach access will further be explored by our second speaker. Additionally, the stark contrast between the current status quo and that which will exist once we correct this injustice will be delineated by a third speaker. Firstly, Mr. Speaker, in 1956, when the Beach Control Act was passed by the government, most Jamaicans thought that access to all the beaches was guaranteed. However, this was not the case. It was then updated in 2004 without significant modifications to protect the beach heritage and environment of Jamaica. There are no general common law rights over the foreshore except to pass over it for the purpose of navigation or fishing. I would like to remind the Honorable House, Mr. Speaker, that the Beach Control Act was written in 1956. It is noteworthy that this document was written before Jamaica's independence. Over the years, as Jamaica's population increased, travel to recreational areas grew rapidly. Consequently, the available public beaches became more crowded. Concurrently, hotel construction on the waterfront increased tremendously, gobbling up the best beaches and excluding the general public from accessing those beaches. As tourism was such an important revenue source for the government, hotel developers were allowed, encouraged even, to exploit the best beach areas they acquired. This was in direct contravention to the 1956 Beach Control Act, which was intended to provide unrestricted access to beaches. In addition, Mr. Speaker, the present government is hell-bent on privatizing whatever public assets there are. Puerto Rico, Mr. Speaker, one of the best beaches in St. Anne, is now run by a private company whose policy favors tourists, not locals. Unrestricted access, Mr. Speaker, means that access to the site by the general public is uncontrolled, or that the site is frequently used by humans, not white men, humans. A right is a power or privilege held, not accepted at this time, by the general public as the result of a constitution, statute, regulation, judicial precedent, or other type of law. And a beach refers to the shore or body of water covered by sand, gravel, or larger rock fragments. Access to this natural feature refers to all public beach access points, including associated boardwalks, walkways, parking areas, and the area on the beach beginning at the entrance to the beach. As citizens of Jamaica, Mr. Speaker, the public should have the privilege of access to all beaches. Unrestricted access, Mr. Speaker, regardless of color, social class, or creed. We must clarify, we must emphasize that we do not mean free access or completely unregulated access opposition, as this will in no doubt result in societal anarchy and confusion. It is the equivalent of saying all Jamaican citizens should have the right to travel on the Knox Express from Kingston to Montego Bay free of charge, which is nonsensical. Secondly, the motion is suggesting that citizens of
Recording in
Jamaica
progress.
should qualify to be allowed access to all designated beach spaces within context by virtue of their citizenship. Beach entry criteria should be free of racial disqualifiers and social standings. Additionally, we speak to public as well as private beaches and those that are enclosed within the confines of hotel properties. All beach properties cannot and should not offer the same service, Mr. Speaker, and hence cater to targeted patrons. Some are family-oriented, while others cater to an adult audience. People come from varying backgrounds and have different appreciation of what relaxation and enjoyment may mean. Some like wild, raunchy, and risky, and others prefer peace, slow pace, and order. It is ludicrous to believe that a minor should be able to access a nude beach or an adult-only beach on account of him or her being a Jamaican citizen. A parallel can be drawn with the hospital system in Jamaica. Every citizen has a right to unrestricted access to all hospitals. However, an adult citizen would be denied treatment at the Bustamante Hospital for Children on account of the facility being configured to cater to children only. The same applies for the Victoria Jubilee Hospital, a maternity hospital. No Jamaican citizen, Mr. Speaker, should have their access restricted to any beach as long as they match the profile of what the beach property caters to, for example, age or entry cost. In other words, there should not be a beach property in Jamaica that facilitates greater levels of access to foreigners over Jamaican citizens or favors some Jamaican citizens to others. Thirdly, the Urban Development Corporation, the government agency responsible for providing beach access and improved beach facilities, changing routes, etc., has failed miserably. Residents of the largest metropolitan area of Kingston and St. Andrew and Portmore have only a relatively small stretch in Portmore for sea bathing. The adjacent section is cluttered with unsightly ramshackle board structures. Similar scarcity exists in most parishes. Miles of ocean front is sealed off by private ownership. The opposition may make reference to a document from 6 years ago where the National Environment and Planning Agency lists the location of designated public beaches at the time. Of the 85 items on this list, Mr. Speaker, only 17 of them are operational. It is worth mentioning that more than 50% of the items on this list also refer to beach access points and not actual beaches. The lack of inclusivity, Mr. Speaker, results in the mentality of Jamaicans regarding their ability to coexist with foreigners being strained. If the access to beaches to the people is restricted, there can be serious social unrest in the near future. That is, in fact, there is already social unrest, Mr. Speaker, as manifested in the indiscipline and violence through anger in our society. The proposition therefore proposed that all citizens of Jamaica are granted access to all beaches as long as they meet the necessary requirements, age or payment of reasonable admission fee. We must identify or reopen where necessary and preserve existing access to these beaches, Mr. Speaker. With this, the proposition pauses.
Thank you for that. We now invite the first opposition speaker to open the case for side Montego Bay High for girls. Once again, we invite the first speaker from the Montego Bay High School for Girls to open the debate for the side opposition on this particular motion. Should Jamaicans have unrestricted rights, the rights of access to all beaches?
The proposition has fed us lies. The Beach Act control was never to guarantee unrestricted access, but was to protect private property and environmental life whilst providing Jamaicans the ability to enjoy the beach, and that does occur under our policy. Additionally, it was wonderfully said, but your point lacks standing also, since Jamaican locals are given concessionary treatment, that is, discounted prices at a range of beaches, so you need to fix that one. You forget also that not all citizens are Jamaican born, so these same white men that you so lavishly berate will prosper more from your system than ours. Esteemed adjudicators, worthy opponents, fellow teammates and audience, good morning. The opposition stands resolute in fiercely opposing the misinformation of the proposition status quo. We affirm that Jamaican citizens should not be given the right to unrestricted access to all beaches. Allow me to define some key terms.
1 minute.
This House believes that the term unrestricted access refers to the complete removal and eradication of rules with completely no limitations, no regulations, whether it be monetary fines, boundaries, orders, or mandates. The mood stipulated, Mr. Speaker, has therefore specifically said that every single beach in Jamaica should be governed without rules, without limitations, and without regulations, even when said restrictions are not stringent, simply because we are Jamaican citizens. The argument of the proposition therefore further suggests to us that this complete lack of governing principles should be granted even more possibilities of abuse and exploitation, to such a point where the lawlessness should be safeguarded and protected as a right. The argument the proposition poses is the same as to say that all Jamaican citizens should get free food from local businesses, simply because they too are Jamaicans. Adjudicators, the proposition leader has propounded an argument littered with fallacies and loose ends. In no way do restrictions to beaches limit equitable access. In fact, equitable access is more of an issue in the proposition status quo for a number of reasons. If all beaches are unrestricted, it allows for persons in greater numbers to monopolize these areas and selfishly use these beaches for their own private uses. This creates a large disparity, adjudicators, for those citizens who travel in smaller groups, along with those citizens who are not as street smart to be susceptible victims of intimidation, fraud, or even assault. This shows the inadequacy of the proposition's argument, as situations like these will perpetuate themselves in massive amounts of court charges, wasted time, and unfair offenses in their world. Local restrictions, on the other hand, are designed with a focus on ensuring equitable access for all citizens. We are not saying we should restrict all beaches. Some beaches will remain unrestricted. However, we must maintain restricted beaches by implementing controlled access through permits or designated times that can help prevent overcrowding and ensure that beaches remain accessible to everyone whilst managing visitor numbers responsibly. Equitable access, therefore, is no problem at all for the opposition stance and is very much a monster problem under the propositions. Also, it is remiss of you to forget, proposition, that these same restricted beaches provide a major source of employment for these same Jamaican citizens. We do not view the restriction of beaches as a disservice to citizens, but rather an investment into our citizens' lives, instead of allowing all our money to go into the pockets of the same white man of which you speak. A wide range of our public and private sector workers get paid to provide for themselves and their families due to this same restriction. Jobs that rely on the restriction include securities, lifeguards, janitors, chefs, waiters, interns, busboys, chauffeurs, directors, tour guides, and the list continues. According to JIS, employment in this area is at some 90,000. The resultant value chain impacts nearly 270,000 persons and 30% of the workforce. Approximately 90,000 Jamaican citizens are employed to work in this industry. Now you, proposition leader, as a self-proclaimed activist for rights, mean to tell this opposition that removing the majority stream of income, the very means of which they are able to survive and feed themselves and their families, that stripping 270,000 hardworking Jamaican citizens jobs in exchange for a 30-minute unrestricted dip in a beach is a fair and equitable right? Adjudicators, this is utter madness. They are misguided in their claim, since the only exclusion that takes place is in their status quo. It does not occur in ours. The proposition forgets, Mr. Speaker, that the environment is faced with considerably more risk of pollution when there are no restrictions in beaches than when there are restrictions in place. For example, the Hellshire Beach is plagued with raw sewage and waste disposal, gravely polluting the local marine environment due to human activity. The very vegetation, both on land and underwater, have disappeared, and the shoreline has eroded. Coral reefs that were once visible from the shore have been terribly destroyed. Your proposition, Mr. Speaker, feels comfortable in enacting this unreasonable law for unregulated beaches when our very environment and marine life are barely surviving. Do you feel comfortable infringing on marine life by polluting what is left of our beaches on a wider scale? Contrast this to the famous Doctor's Cave Beach and Puerto Seco Beach, which are beautifully kept and not plagued by these issues. The attraction is world class, with state-of-the-art amenities which has generated positive reviews. And yes, they do charge, but we can see why they do. These beaches pay for maintenance, security, overhead costs, and pay salary for these same Jamaican people. The pros far outweigh the cons.
Final minute.
For our tourism industry. Can the same be said for unrestricted beaches? No. The proposition will resort to taking out of our already depleting and suffering capital expenditure to maintain all these unrestricted beaches they propose. They would wish to move currently scarce money adjudicators from key essentials such as education, health, and public safety to instead go towards random citizens gaining the right to dip their toes in water because they do not want to pay a reasonable fee which could have taken care of said beach and pay Jamaican employees. It is not mutually exclusive. In light, Mr. Speaker, the opposition has abysmally failed to defend their substantives and can offer no logical rebuttals to the matter at hand. The opposition assert that Jamaican citizens should not be given to unrestricted access to all beaches. I thank you.
We thank the first opposition speaker. I now invite the second opposition speaker from the Knox College to defend their case and to present further arguments.
As we celebrate emancipation from physical bondage, we must report emancipation from coastal bondage. So out of many one people, we can benefit from the resources of land, wood, and water. Panel of adjudicators, Honorable House, good morning. I, Daniela Wright, am taking the stand as the Deputy Proposition Leader. Firmly concurring with the motion, this House believes that Jamaican citizens should be given the right to unrestricted access to all beaches. In doing so, Mr. Speaker, I must posit some potent points. However, before I do so, permit me to address an argument promulgated by the first Speaker of the opposition. She argued, Mr. Speaker, that we believe every single beach should be governed without rules, simply because we're Jamaican citizens. However, Mr. Speaker, our policy speaks of granting access to beaches as long as our citizens meet necessary requirements and follow the rules. Firstly, Mr. Speaker, restricting beach access is untenable, as beach access should be a fundamental right of every citizzen. To clarify, Mr. Speaker,
1 minute.
we, the opposition, are not arguing that our beaches should be free, as opposition may have you to believe. This would be severely unrealistic and unsustainable. To some lengths, we agree with opposition. Of course, we need our many facilities and our jobs provided by our beaches. However, we argue accessibility and availability. Currently, such access is being restricted or completely denied on the basis of being a Jamaican citizen or not fitting a certain social standing. So, Mr. Speaker, Rosie should not be denied access to a beach because she's a local and it's a tourist-only beach, which this to me is actually quite comedic, Mr. Speaker, because are we not also tourists? However, I digress, because by tourists, we know this for our many and still growing privatized beaches is defined rigidly as foreigners within a certain income bracket. And it is this ideology, Mr. Speaker, that promulgates segregation. And last I checked, in the Charter of Fundamental Rights and Freedoms, we have freedom from discrimination. And this right here is seemingly tilting the scale between revenue maximization and discrimination. Will we tilt the scales any further, Mr. Speaker? What exactly are such privatized facilities concealing, such that they are tourists, or shall I say, foreigners only? Mr. Speaker, the opposition may argue adamantly that Jamaicans are rather unruly, violent, mischievous, and the list goes on. And it is for this reason they are not given access to such properties. But I must ask two questions, Mr. Speaker. Are these foreigners not also violent? For example, recently, a Mr. Richard Perez was seen by hotel management leaving his room where a Jamaican citizen was staying. There were stomach-churning screams coming from the room, Mr. Speaker. However, the matter was not taken up. It was not addressed because they are held to a different standard than our own Jamaican citizens. And secondly, if our Jamaican citizens are able to fit the profiles required by such facilities, why then should they not be admitted in? This leads me to my second point, Mr. Speaker. By alleviating such discrimination, we are honing a sense of patriotism in our people, in that because we are allowed and accepted in such facilities, we feel as though a full republic. We have pride in our country because we believe we are not segregated based on income, color, creed, or class. We are not shoved aside to make a little muckle, but that we as a democracy have a voice. For instance, Mary can save our money and go in all the developed facilities on the island which cater to her needs. Then of course, Mr. Speaker, Mary will feel patriotic because she knows our little country are cater to her. Moreover, Mr. Speaker, an article by Derek Nichols in the Jamaica Gleaner suggests that investment in Jamaica purely works in an effort to exclude our locals. And this, Mr. Speaker, procures social unrest, as my first speaker stated. The Sark Friday Foundation posits that threats to beach access comes in many forms, including policy restrictions, physical barriers, economic limitations, and coastal developments. For example, the resorts and country clubs proliferating across every crevice of the island, to which the unsuspecting locals are denied access to the beaches. But what happens, Mr. Speaker, when they begin to suspect such agendas? Social unrest. People acting in a mass of chaos. For example, Puerto Rico, as my first speaker stated, whose policy is widely known to favor tourists over locals. Yes, we Jamaicans know it as a nice, clean beach, but under every post in the comment sections, or even simply having a conversation with others, they are near a state of social unrest, whereas they argue about the policies of the area. And Mr. Speaker, if we continue to perpetuate such policies, what will happen? There will no longer be any simple arguments, as we see in the case of Puerto Rico, but full-fledged protests, riots, disobedience, disarray, Mr. Speaker. Finally, Mr. Speaker, the opposition may argue so vehemently that there are more pressing matters to attend to, such as poverty, crime, violence, and the list goes on. However, might I say to this honorable house that not only is this not the debate for that, but we cannot take this matter simply at face value. This motion speaks volumes about our rights as a people, and as I stated before, discrimination and segregation, and these issues must be addressed. And it is when these issues are addressed that we acquire benefits to our society. One such benefit being increased trust in our government officials. It is no secret, Mr. Speaker, that there is a prominent view that we government sell out every God Almighty thing. However, by alleviating underlying issues such as the current restrictions in certain beaches, we take a step in the right direction, where people's concerns are being addressed and they feel they have a more active part in the country, thus leading them to voicing opinions and needs in decisions, which, Mr. Speaker, even enhances good governance. We are able to participate in our decisions. This must lead to good governance, Mr. Speaker. Something necessary if we are to take a step in the right direction, if we are to take a step into having Fiwi Republic, not for them, Fiwi Republic. the proposition momentarily pauses.
Thank you so much for that. And now we invite the second opposition speaker to extend the case for that side opposition.
Ready? Ready to go?
Ready when you are.
Okay. So the previous speaker put words in our first speaker's mouth. We did not say that Jamaicans are uncivilized. This is certainly not so. Also, your policy is not aligned with the MOVE because unrestricted means the complete removal of rules, limitations, and regulations. These include monetary fines and, of course, rules. So your point about you do not expect unrestricted beaches to not have rules goes against the MOVE. And also, most tourist beaches allow locals to attend and give them a discount as well. So your point on local exclusivity lacks standing. There are unrestricted beaches for locals, however, and we're saying that we need balance. Esteemed judges, audience, my fellow teammates and opponents, good morning. Let us examine the contents of the Charter of Fundamental Rights and Freedoms, Constitutional Amendment Act 2011. Specifically, we will focus on Section 4, subsection F, which affirms the right to freedom of movement for all citizens of Jamaica. This right encompasses the ability of Jamaican citizens to enter and leave the country, move unrestrictedly within its borders, choose their place of residence within Jamaica, and exit the country as they desire. Learned audience, I have the right to freedom of movement. Therefore, I should barge into Adam Stewart's privately owned beach and declare that I should be there because I am a Jamaican, so infringing on his right is justified. No, with the possession of this right, I hold the privilege to exercise it responsibly and in accordance with the principles of a just and equitable society. Let us not turn a blind eye to the blatant problem within the proposition's world when these proposed unrestricted rights to beach access come into conflict with our fundamental rights. This includes potential encroachments on individual property rights, the obligation to preserve historical sites, and most importantly, the right to life, liberty, and security. The opposition concerns with the system can be dissected into three primary areas of conflict. One, major contention lies in the potential infringement upon the property rights of beachfront landowners. As stated by the Beach Control Act of 1956, owners or occupants of land adjacent to the foreshore, along with their families and private guests, have the right to utilize the adjoining foreshore for private domestic usage. However, unrestricted public access might lead to violations of this very act, not accepted at this time, leading to possible legal repercussions. It raises the question of whether we should allow Jamaican citizens to disregard the law, or do my opponents hope to completely do away with it as well? Accepted.
Is the opposition ready or willing to face the truth that when this 1956 Beach Control Act was written, it wasn't speaking to a Jamaican citizen, it was speaking to the English or British white landowners at the time, or Jamaican people didn't have access to owning any beach property.
That is wrong. The Beach Act was made for every citizen of Jamaica. The land, they say, belongs to the government and also people, citizens of Jamaica, and those that purchase from the government now have the right to their own property. So once you purchase the land, you own it. You're going against people's property rights. Also, people, the government has made exceptions for the public land for people so they can access it. So, two, the proposal has potential to grant fishermen unrestricted access to fishing areas, which currently requires permits, poses a significant challenge. The existing permit system serves an essential purpose: to regulate fishing and protect certain species during specific times of the year, ensuring sustainability and preventing overexploitation. Allowing unrestricted access may lead to a depletion of vital food resources and could negatively impact protected beaches like Treasure Beach in St. Elizabeth, which holds historical significance as a former Thane settlement. Today, it stands as a serene and ecological vital area, dotted with fishing villages and cherished for ecotourism. Granting unbridled access to such treasures could result in environmental deterioration, pollution, overcrowding, and exploitation, threatening the very essence of these irreplaceable natural sites. Thirdly, the prospect of unrestricted access to certain beaches raises concerns regarding potential overcrowding, which in turn poses risk to public safety and may lead to an increase in accidents. When beaches have been overcrowded, the task of lifeguards become arduous as they are required to monitor a large number of individuals. This situation may necessitate the employment of additional lifeguards to cover a broader area, making it challenging for them to effectively keep track of everyone's safety, and individuals might easily vanish among the crowd. Furthermore, historical evidence indicates that beaches with unrestricted access have been susceptible to criminal activities, with some criminals utilizing these areas as a base for robberies or committing assaults. For example, Dump Up Beach, now transformed into Harmony Park, previously earned a reputation as an infamous location where people would hastily leave after nightfall due to the fear for their well-being. Contrastingly, under the current restricted access policy at Harmony Park, a more secure environment has been established. Rigorous security checks ensure that no weapons enter the premises, secure parking facilities enhance visitor safety, designated areas have lifeguards on duty, and the beach closes at specific times to ensure fair working hours for park employees. The controlled and regulated approach taken by Harmony Park serves as an example of how security measures and responsible management contribute to fostering a safer and more enjoyable beach environment. Balancing these competing rights require careful consideration and ethical judgment to ensure harmonious and equitable coexistence within society. The proposition presents to you equitable alternatives. Instead of unrestricted access to all beaches, the focus should be on providing accessible public spaces and amenities for citizens. As mentioned before, spaces such as Harmony Beach Park. Improving access to designated public beaches will achieve inclusivity while addressing concerns related to environmental preservation and property rights. Considering these factors, it becomes essential for us to deliberate whether an unrestricted beach experience aligns with the life we desire and the life we deserve. Thank you.
Thank you for that. We now invite the third proposition speaker to present the final substantive case for the team, Knox College.
Honorable House, the opposition is blissfully taking the motion at face value. It is laughable. We have made it clear what we wish to implement. Is it that opposition simply isn't listening? The argument is not to pay or not to pay. The argument is being denied access even when you offer to pay. Our argument is not that beaches should be free. Instead, we argue that access ought not to be restricted. Honorable panel, opposition, audience, a pleasant morning. I am Dejani Fagan, third proposition speaker. Hence, I must re-emphasize your vehement endorsement of the motion. This House believes that Jamaican citizens should be given the right to unrestricted access to all beaches for some highly salient reasons. Firstly, the proposition leader highlighted the current status quo, contextualized their arguments, and presented a mechanism that mitigates the need for these restrictions. Secondly, the deputy proposition leader argued that unrestricted access to our beaches should be a fundamental right. Thirdly, I will compare the current status quo to that which exists when constituents are allowed unrestricted access to our beaches. Honorable House, during our early post-colonial years, we enjoyed sunbathing, swimming, meditating, and chilling on our white sandy beaches. Unfortunately, as the years progressed, our beaches became more developed by investors zealous to exploit the sandy beaches of the tropics. As development increased, so did our exclusion from our beaches. At present, many of our beaches have been privatized by developers and have literal fences and walls blocking Jamaicans from the foreshore of our beaches. In best case scenarios, citizens are forced to access the foreshore via poorly signed footpaths embedded with rocks. And in worst case scenarios, access is granted by one, paying a hefty fee, not minimal, but hefty, Mr. Speaker, hefty. Number two, having a friend get you through the gates of the resort. And number three, rent a boat that can moor offshore, then swim to the beach, which is wholly unacceptable. It is utterly alarming and outrageous that Jamaicans are barred or banned from using and enjoying the turquoise waters in their own country. A resident of Nickel voiced his concerns to the Jamaica Gleaner after being told that the only way for him to access the foreshore of the beach was for him to become an all-inclusive tourist of the resort attached to the foreshore of the beach. Opposition, he wasn't told that he should pay to enter the beach. He was told that he must pay for hotel accommodation before he can enter the beach. Honorable House, we are not against development because change is inevitable. However, Mr. Speaker, our goal is sustainable and inclusive development for all, out of many one people, land of wood and water, access to the water for Miss Mary and her daughter, Mas Roy and his son. Honorable House, the opposition might argue that alleviating restrictions will cause a blow to the tourism sector, which is a far cry from the truth. Countries such as Antigua and Barbados allow unrestricted access to their beaches, and this has not resulted in their economies crashing. Let us zoom in on Antigua. In Antigua, all beaches are by law free to the public, whether there is a hotel development there or not. Any developer who plans to enhance any of the beaches must make provisions for public access as part of those developmental plans. Honorable House, both locals and tourists have found a way to enjoy the beaches without the exclusion or diminution of each other's rights so to do, and this has in no wise negatively impacted its economy. In comparison to Jamaica and Barbados, which are upper middle income countries, the World Bank has categorized Antigua as a high-income country. According to BBC.com, Antigua and Barbuda is one of the Caribbean's most prosperous nations, thanks to growth in its tourism industry and offshore financial services. This growth has been fueled by new luxury products like their resorts. Mr. Speaker, giving constituents unrestricted access to our beaches will therefore not put a dent in our tourism sector's prowess due to the mechanism we have put in place to address the perceived need for restrictions which the opposition fails to acknowledge. Honorable House, when citizens' needs are taken care of, they develop trust in the government. And where there is trust, there is also patriotism, which enables them to achieve their fullest potential, therefore increasing our revenues, national income, standard of living, and quality of life. Sustainable development for all, Honorable House, is the goal of all successful republics. Honorable House, let us follow in Marcus Garvey and Bob Marley's footsteps and emancipate ourselves from the colorism, classism, and segregation that still plagues our island. Come with bonfire on that, because this is a free republic. Thank you.
We thank the third speaker from Knox College for that. And we now invite the third speaker from the team, Montego Bay High School for Girls, to present the final substantive part of the argument for the team opposition.
I will begin in 3, 2, 1. Your point goes against your own argument. We are not excluded from our beaches. There are hundreds of beaches which are free and we wish them to remain. We also wish for our restricted beaches to remain. We have already established that the hefty fee you speak of is more of an issue under yours than ours. This is easy, there is easy exploitation, not to mention the fact that maintenance of all the hundreds of beaches you propose will cost the same poor, hard-working citizens you are speaking for. You will propose to charge burdensome taxes, which will cost more than restricted beaches. How will you fund this? How do you justify this? Your argument is insufficient. Freedom, something we all value. However, the value of freedom and national pride becomes meaningless when it leads to the degradation of our nation. Adjudicators, My fellow opponents and the members of the audience, good morning. As esteemed members of this House, we must be realists, not swayed by misguided pride that blinds us to the dire consequences of reckless decisions that can hinder rights, economic prosperity, and environmental stability. As a result, this House resolutely stands against the moot that we, Jamaican citizens, should be given the right to unrestricted access to all beaches. As was aptly averred by our first speaker, such unrestricted access would bring about an environmental catastrophe, causing irreplaceable harm to our delicate ecosystem. Our precious flora and fauna would bear the brunt of our reckless actions, and the once gorgeous coastal ecosystems would be reduced to dumping grounds for litter and pollution. The very beauty that draws us to these beaches will be marred by our own thoughtless actions. Mr. Speaker, I must emphasize the excellent point propounded by our second speaker, property rights, the very cornerstone of a civilized society. These rights are not mere trivialities. They form the bedrock of a civilized society, ensuring individuals have the freedom to use and benefit from their property within the confines of the law. However, the proposition seems to think that such rights can be tossed aside without a second thought. They propagated an idea of inclusivity and public ownership, conveniently turning a blind eye to the rights of those who have invested hard work and resources in beachfront properties. Allowing unrestricted beach access could set a dangerous precedent, paving the way for further erosion of individual rights in the name of a misguided vision of inclusivity. In other words, if we allow unrestricted access to beaches, what other rights will they seek to trample upon in the name of their misguided vision of inclusivity? Let us be clear. Proposition: the economy is not a game, and unrestricted beach access will not magically boost tourism and economic growth. The proposition's optimistic promises of an influx of tourists showing us riches are nothing but empty rhetoric. They conveniently overlook the existing businesses and beachfront vendors who have dedicated themselves to providing quality service for beachgoers. Adjudicators: the proposal put forward by the proposition can be effectively countered, the multi-phase approach focusing on the maintenance and management of our beaches. This is critical for attracting both residents and visitors alike. 4 types of beach management are envisioned: hotel beaches managed in conjunction with hotels, commercial beaches operated for profit, parish beaches with user fees, and parish beaches without fees. Safety, waste disposal, beach maintenance, and security are common management issues for all beaches that require our careful attention. The opposition must question if the proposition is willing to introduce these issues all in the name of a so-called inclusivity. Adjudicators: it is truly alarming how the proponents can brazenly disregard these crucial issues. Who needs trained lifeguards and safety measures when we can recklessly endanger the lives of countless beachgoers? Jamaica cannot afford to be misled by this ill-conceived utopian illusion. Responsible regulation is the only way forward. By implementing sensible guidelines, we can protect the beauty of our beaches, preserve our cultural and historical legacy, and ensure that future generations can experience the wonders of our coastal. So let's put an end to this preposterous proposal of unrestricted access and instead embrace a rational and controlled approach that safeguards our beaches. I thank you.
At this point in time, we will pause for 1 minute to allow the finishing touches to be placed on these reply speeches, after which we will invite the opposition reply speaker to close out the debate for the side Montego Bay High School for Girls. All right. At this time, we invite the reply speaker from the side opposition to close out this debate for that side of the House.
The proposition complains of patriotism. But what you suggest makes you traitors to this nation and an enemy of democracy. How will you provide for Jamaica's hundreds of beaches? How will you provide for our thousands of Jamaican employees when they are left without money to pay their rent, groceries, or bills? How will you allocate the money to maintain? You have seen the Helsha Beach, yet you will still propagate money from well-needed ministries such as education, health, and public safety? Or do you wish to simply do nothing and endanger our ecosystem? A full republic indeed. And we, the opposition, posit a more grounded stance in patriotism than the proposition themselves. Are we to sit back and allow hundreds of thousands of Jamaicans to lose their jobs in this system being propounded by the misguided proposition? Are we to really allow our tourism industry, the most lucrative industry, to plummet due to the system proposed by my opposers? The proposition is without a practical plan, since their matter is compact with inconsistencies and unaddressed faults. In aiming to quell an unnecessary issue, they have created a domino effect, implicating other greater, more complex problems to solve one that beams in comparison. Adjudicators, under our stance, not all beaches are restricted. Under our proposals, there are already vast numbers of beaches that operate freely along with those that operate with restrictions. The proposition therefore feeds a pointless delusion that these must be mutually exclusive to force their inferior points to co-align with a backwards agenda. The proposition makes unnecessary steps to achieve an unclear vision. We already have beaches with unrestricted access. Why are we to extend this to all our beaches and allow 270,000 Jamaican citizens to lose their jobs? They state that Jamaicans are deprived of beaches. However, the government has made arrangements for Jamaicans to enjoy beaches. Look at the Burwood Beach in Trelawney, multiple free beaches in Negril. Look at the Harmony Beach Park in Montego Bay. We would love to have all beaches like these, unregulated. However, opposition, it costs $1.3 billion to develop just Harmony Beach Park alone, and monthly maintenance costs of approximately $40 million. If we are to continue with the false and overly emotional narrative being posed by the proposition, our Jamaican citizens will suffer from unemployment, increased poverty, drop in GDP, infringed property rights, infringed marine rights, heightened crime, environmental pollution, moral degradation, debeautification, corruption, and the list continues. Mr. Speaker, we are above the age where we simply hope for getaways without considering the many ramifications to our society and our economy. So I pose these questions. Will the right to unrestricted access to all beaches lead to economic dysfunctionality? Yes. Will the right lead to an implosion of our great tourism sector? Yes. Will the time lead to the decay of our beaches? Yes. Will it lead to our already stifling capital expenditure? Yes. Mr. Speaker, for these reasons, the proposition's argument has lost. I thank you.
We now invite the proposition reply speaker to close out this debate.
My first speaker presented a mechanism that mitigates the need for restrictions. I argued that unrestricted access to our beaches should be a fundamental right, and the third speaker compared the current status quo to that which exists when persons are allowed unrestricted beach access. Firstly, Mr. Speaker, the first opposition speaker argued that access to beaches will cause job loss. However, Mr. Speaker, how does access contribute to job loss? One might state that unrestricted access promotes employment due to more tourists, including all Jamaican citizens coming in. We will be able to employ our lifeguards, wardens, etc., Mr. Speaker. Secondly, she argued that by allowing more locals to come in, we will infringe upon marine life and the shoreline. However, Mr. Speaker, this is why our mechanism demands more active roles by our established organizations, such as the Urban Development Organization and NEPA. We have so much money in the tourism sector. Where is this going? We must place it in this initiative. The second opposition speaker argued that we will allow anybody, as long as they're Jamaican, to just barge in our beaches. However, Mr. Speaker, it is clear in our mechanism that citizens will be allowed in on account that they match the profiles required by the establishment and follow rules. Moreover, Mr. Speaker, she stated that the Beach Control Act was made for citizens. However, it seems they need a throwback in history as we were a colony in that period, just exiting slavery. Mr. Speaker, it is ludicrous to believe that the act was written for our citizens and not for exploiters. Mr. Speaker, it was stated we have misconstrued the definition for unrestricted. I guess, Mr. Speaker, the opposition has failed to realize we are the proposition. We set the premise for this debate, and our premise is that unrestricted access to these beaches for our citizens is not to be influenced by biases. Mr. Speaker, we are told we put words in mouths, but us positing a point the opposition could utilize simply means their substance is lacking. Their substantives are redundant, yet they argue about our factual information, not fallacies, not loose ends. The third speaker argued that there are hundreds of beaches which we have access to. However, they fail to recognize that, as we stated, 85 beaches are public, yes, but only 17 are operational according to NEPA. And these beaches, these stipulated beaches, Mr. Speaker, that the opposition has posited are cherry-picked. They are the minority. Mr. Speaker, lastly, we not take no money from no other sectors. Let me make that clear. We have billions in the tourism sector. We must put this in this initiative. We have money. Look how much money we spend on sand. We must can spend it to develop Jamaica. Mr. Speaker, the opposition have presented no mechanism to solve this. We have yet to hear about what they suggest. They have been redundant in their claims, talking about shorelines, this, that, and that. But anyways, and have filled this honorable house with a dystopian view, don't play the importance of Jamaicans' quality of life. And it is our quality of life, Mr. Speaker, that the proposition so desires to have our resources, Mr. Speaker, and to ensure that we build Jamaica by Jamaica. And with this, the proposition must rest because our matter matters the most.
Ladies and gentlemen, did I not promise you an exciting, engaging debate? And our debaters have delivered. They have provided the judges with an arduous task to come back and assess what has happened in this debate and to crown a winner of this debate. We will now excuse ourselves to do exactly that. Teams, feel free to converse within your free time. The mics are open while the judges excuse themselves to another room to go over what happened in this debate. Jermaine, the other room has finished?
Yes, they are finished.
Okay.
We seem to have lost Knox again. Ravon?
Hey, Jermaine.
Yeah, if Knox doesn't come on when you're ready to start, just proceed with the deliberation, with the oral adjudication. And then we hopefully will have them join at shortly after
All
or
right.
during the OA. Mhm.
All right. Tell me when we're live.
Okay, we're going live now.
Awesome. All right. So we're ready to go. Ladies and gentlemen, the results are in. The judges have deliberated and we will not keep you in suspense any longer. Let us talk about what happened in the debate. So in the debate, we had the idea of what does it truly mean to restrict? We heard from side proposition that their restriction entails the imposition of a fee that will help to facilitate the well-being and the economic sustainability of those particular beaches that were unrestricted. We heard from them that we're also, of course, going to be having some sort of regulation, not regulation, but some sort of restriction in as much as individuals will be going to the beach that suits a particular purpose. So we won't have children necessarily going to a nudist beach. We heard that from side proposition. Opposition came and challenged that definition. Opposition came and said, in as much as the motion explicitly requires some sort of restriction, the imposition of fees is a restriction. Proposition told us that it is their job as the proposition speakers, as a team proposition, to identify what a particular definition means, and therefore that is what the debate should go on about. I want to credit the team opposition for pointing out and challenging that definition. In as much as it is a burden on proposition to provide a definition, if that definition, in the estimation of side opposition, is not in line with the spirit of the motion, or is in some way not contradictory to any of the tenets that we would have identified in our training session as a bad definition, then they are well within their right to challenge it. And opposition did that. In the estimation of the judges, opposition was justified. We felt that a restriction by any measure is a restriction by any measure. So in as much as you're going to be imposing fees for the economic prosperity and sustainability of that beach, we believe that is a restriction. And so in matters of the definition, we would have thought that opposition did a good job. Because the definition was identified in a way and challenged, then the arguments that came out of that definition would have severely impacted the debate. What we want to also take into consideration is that in as much as we will not be taking the idea of imposing fees as a form of non-restriction, we also don't think that opposition was fair to proposition. We think opposition went a bit too far to say that this means that there will be no lifeguards, there will be no regulations on the pollution of the beaches in as much as it is unrestricted. We disagree. The judges concluded that there's a difference fundamentally between restriction and regulation. In as much as we have unrestricted access to the Mandela Highway, but we can't go more than 100 or 90, whatever the speed limit is on Mandela Highway. We have a restriction, we have no restriction on accessing the highway, but there are regulations that govern it. So we think opposition was a bit too stringent in what they assess as that lack of access to lifeguards and safety mechanisms as being some form of restriction. We thought that would have fallen more in the ideas of regulation. Now, from there, what did we get out of the debate? We heard from the side proposition that we want to, that this measure is justified in as much as it will cause social unrest, in as much as we don't have access to the beaches now in status quo, and that is problematic. What the judges thought happened was that side proposition did not tell me distinctly what is a deviation from status quo. in as much as we currently have restrictions that exist on these beaches in terms of the fees to access the beaches and that kind of thing, when you come and you tell us that, listen, we're still going to have these fees, we're not fully appreciating the distinction between status quo and what you're proposing. We did get that later on in the debate from the third speaker when they told us that there's a high disparity between the fees that are paid at public beaches versus one that is paid at the all-inclusive resort, which will not allow you access to that beach. But we thought that came out too late in the debate. Just backing up a little bit on the topic of restriction versus regulation. We saw the differentiation between status quo and what we're trying to implement did not come out from side proposition until too late in the debate. So on the question of restriction versus regulation, and the idea of restriction on a whole, would have credited most of the points on that particular issue to side opposition. Now we move on to the question of, is it justifiable? What we saw in the debate was, I won't go as far as to say a parallel debate, but we want to encourage the teams to engage more with the arguments that come out from each side. We heard from side proposition that when we have restricted access to the best beaches in Jamaica, to the tourists, to the white man, that causes some kind of social unrest which can lead to violence. The judges heard that, but thought some more substantiation needed to happen to prove to me how, in as much as this has been a thing that has been going on for a long time, why is it that we are now reaching a climax, we are not reaching the zenith of what the Jamaican populace can tolerate, in as much as that it will lead to rioting and violence as posited by the proposition. We thought that claim needs to be substantiated a little bit more. Opposition did themselves a disservice by not directly attacking the credibility of that claim. And so the judges had to make that assumption for themselves and do the assessment, which you never want the judges to do because they might not do it. But the judges did make the assessment that we needed stronger justification as to how now more than ever the Jamaican populace is getting increasingly frustrated, and that can lead to the harms that proposition is engaging in. On the side of opposition, we heard the idea of the degradation of the environment, that when we allow individuals unrestricted access to the beach, then that will cause a severe degradation of the environment. Again, this is in the context that opposition argued for regulation to be synonymous with restriction. In as much as proposition did not argue that we will not be having a degradation of these particular beaches when we provide unrestricted access, because we'll have environmental bodies coming in and protecting them, and whatever kind of mechanism exists. In as much as that argumentation came out too late in the debate from the third speaker proposition, we did not have enough time to fully flesh out that argument and to thoroughly debunk, mitigate, undermine the argument from opposition that we won't be having this kind of degradation that you're claiming by simply giving people unrestricted access to beaches, because we have governmental bodies. And they said it, that the UDC and other such governmental bodies, to allow that not to happen. That came out too late in the debate. And at that point in time, it was not fleshed out significantly. And so when we heard opposition strengthen and bolster their argument of degradation, giving the example of Hellshire Beach and the significant environmental degradation and destruction that happened at Hellshire Beach, to compare to the more private, restricted access beach at the Puerto Rico, then we thought that was a good argument and would have credited opposition greatly for that argument, especially in the context that it was not attacked by the side proposition until too late in the debate. We also heard the argument of employment, and this is one of the arguments that clashes in the debate I was actually engaged with. We heard from side opposition that fundamentally the private access is one that provides a lot of employment opportunities to individuals. I think the metric was $270,000, quite an impressive amount of people who will be affected by the destruction, by the removing of these particular restrictions. We heard from side proposition that no, that will not necessarily be the case, because in Anguilla, I think was the example they used, they have unrestricted rights to the beachfront, to beach properties, and the tourism sector is booming. Again, I will repeat that attacking an argument with an example is not the best way to attack that argument. So why is it that unrestricted access to the beaches will not harm our tourism product? We would needed to hear that from proposition. The example was good, and that would have served to undermine to some extent the argument from side opposition, but we needed to hear why that is, what it is that Anguilla is doing or not doing, what factors are we not taking into consideration that cause the unrestricted access to beaches to not significantly harm Anguilla's tourism product. There could be a myriad of factors. And we saw that if proposition had given us more to say, this is a reason why it will not affect it, and then present the example, then that would have done sufficiently more to undermine the argument from side opposition that it will harm employment and the tourism product in general. So we credited the majority of points for that argument to side opposition. We also heard this argument from side opposition on overcrowding. Now, the judges didn't understand how providing a greater access to beaches through the unrestriction of these privatized beaches necessarily leads to overcrowding. We didn't fully appreciate that. But in as much, again, as proposition did not rebut that idea, the judges were forced to make that assumption themselves. And in as much as that argument was presented sufficiently from in our view, for side opposition, we would have credited that argument, though not significantly, because of the constraint that was previously brought to us. So a greater pool of beaches on the market suddenly lead to overcrowding. We would have credited some amount of points to opposition for that, even though we didn't fully buy the argument, because again, proposition did not contend with it. We heard from side proposition again that we will have, so the Beach Act was one that was written in pre-colonial times, with the claim being that it was written to the benefit of our colonial masters. And they told us in a new constitution, that's not something that we necessarily want. We heard you. We want more substantiation from that kind of argument. What is the harm of having these pre-colonial laws existing in status quo? Why is it important that as we embrace a new constitution, that this law, this act that was passed in a time of colonialism is one that we don't necessarily want to have a deeper relationship. We don't necessarily want to bring over to our new constitution. It's good to say, but why not? A deeper analysis. So at the end of the debate, when we factor in all the arguments, we would have thought that the arguments that came out from the side opposition would have outweighed the arguments that came out from side proposition. And with that, we crown the Montego Bay High School for Girls the winner of this debate. Congratulations, Montego Bay High. An excellent attempt, Knox College. We look forward to what goes on in the rest of this debate.
Thank you very much.
Awesome, awesome. And of course, the winner of the popular vote was the Montego Bay High School for Girls. With that, ladies and gentlemen, we conclude this debate. Stay tuned. Coming up, we have another exciting motion with some of these themes that you would have heard debating as well. And we look forward to seeing you there.
What about the best speaker for the round?
I always forget to present the best speaker. That has been a constant deficiency on my part. The best speaker for the round would have come from the side opposition, and it would have been the first speaker from the side opposition. I want to say though that generally speaking, the point difference between the first speaker, the second speaker, and the third speaker was a single point. So we were consistent amongst the side Montego Bay High School team. So again, congratulations, girls. Ladies and gentlemen, it is with this that I conclude and formally put an end to this debate. We look forward to seeing you for the second semi-final match in this, the #AfroRepublic Secondary Schools Debate Competition 2023. Thank you.
Jermaine?
Curtis? Xavier? Okay, Xavier is here. Is Curtis here? Curtis Wallace?
5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Tinig? Naulan sa tao.
For the start, they never put WOLMER'S, they never change it to WOLMER'S.
You did add them, man.
Yeah, they never. With the other convention.
An enticing and exciting contest. All right, so what will they be debating about? I'm going to now invite Curtis Wallace to announce the motion.
And the motion for this round is this House would impose criminal liability on individuals who fail to assist a person in danger when doing so would not place them at serious risk.
Thank you very much, Curtis. Now, if you're joining us for the first time, you may be unfamiliar with some of the rules, so I'll go through them for your information. Now, the teams have been allotted different times within which to speak. So the first speakers will be allotted 8 minutes to present their speech. That's on either team. The second speaker gets 7 minutes, the third speaker 5 minutes, and the reply speaker, that's a speaker, either 1 or 2 from either team who will return to deliver the reply speech. That speech will be delivered within 3 minutes. All right. The first and last minutes of the 3 speeches on either team have what we call protected minutes. So the first minute and the last minute of the speeches are protected from points of information. So we having explained that, and the teams are very much aware because they've been competing for a little while now. We're going to now find out from them if they have any questions or concerns. Teams, do you have any questions or concerns, queries? Okay. I take this silence to mean that they have no questions. And are ready. Okay. Thank you very much. Okay, so I think they are ready to begin. So at this time, I invite the first speaker from the proposing team to open the debate. Just to note, I'm going to ask Curtis Wallace if he would be the timekeeper. Curtis?
Yes, sure.
All right, so we're going to ask that the first speaker from the proposition team open the debate. Of course, your signals will be communicated via the WhatsApp, the Zoom chat, So keep monitoring the Zoom chat so that when you have spoken for 1 minute, you will get the appropriate signal there. When you have 1 minute remaining, so in the case of the first speaker, when you've spoken for 7 minutes, you will get another signal indicating that you have 1 minute remaining. When you've spoken for the full allotment of time, you will get a signal indicating that. And when you've exceeded even the grace period, that's in the case of the first speaker, 8 minutes and 15 seconds, you will be informed that you're out of time, at which time you're expected to stop. All right? Okay, so with that, we are ready to begin our debate. At this time, I call upon the first speaker from the proposing team, WOLMER'S Boys School, to open the debate. Hear, hear.
Am I audible?
Yes, you are.
Chief Adjudicator, the judging panel, members of the opposition, my fellow government members, and of course the audience, a pleasant afternoon. Today we gather to dissect the motion. This House will impose criminal liability on persons who fail to assist a person in danger when doing so not place them at serious risk. But before I begin detailing the opposition's reasons for supporting this motion, let me define some key terms that will guide the arguments in this debate. Firstly, criminal liability refers to the legal responsibility a person faces for allegedly breaking the law. Criminal liability includes potential or actual responsibility, which means that a person can be charged if they actually committed a crime or if they are suspected of committing a crime. Criminal liability in this debate will only be applicable for persons who are 18 years and older. Therefore, minors will not be criminally liable. Failure to assist a person in danger refers to the neglect and absence of care or attention a person is supposed to another, while the said person faces imminent exposure or liability to injury, pain, or loss. Lastly, would not place them at serious risk refers to the limited harmful consequences the person who failed to assist would be exposed to. In other words, the person on the scene would not face serious consequences for assisting a person in danger. As first speaker, I will explain the importance of this policy implementation, while the second speaker will expand the policy framework with supporting warrants to demonstrate its practicality and legal precedent to establish legislation, both here in Jamaica and other jurisdictions. Our third speaker will criticize the concept of individual right to choose, using societal obligations surrounding the right to life. Judges and the audience, let us reflect on the current state of relationships of Jamaicans in our society. It does not take much thought to come to the view that with the current state of affairs in this country, life is not valued as sacred nor important. Therefore, more laws surrounding the principles of showing regard for others and looking out for the neighbor is important. Our premise comes from the decline in the value of social constructs. But you may ask, what are social constructs? A social construct is a concept that exists, not an objective reality, but as a result of human interaction. It exists because humans say it exists. Therefore, social constructs are necessary in building value consensus, which is vital in ensuring social cohesion and harmony. But look around the Jamaican landscape, and this becomes more difficult to observe. In a major car accident, persons now seem more keen to pull out their cellular phones and begin recording the accident to post on social media. The persons involved in the accident could be soon across the road, but people are more interested in recording the occurrence and making unnecessary remarks about the collision before even ensuring the police or first responders are called. Accepted?
Isn't it normally stated that it's not best practice to move someone that is involved in an accident?
Yes, but I would have stated as well that even calling the police or first responders is a more appropriate thing to do other than stand and record the video. Continue with my speech. When I go to a delivery truck overturns, people are more interested in what is inside the truck than the drivers at the front. It does not take much, to call the police for them to rush the persons to the hospital. You as a person on the scene need not involve yourself directly to assist someone. So when these accidents and dangerous situations arise, persons should have a little bit more concern for others involved, and as best as they are able to, try to mitigate the potential damage. This decline in social construct is destabilizing the value consensus, leading to more callous and uncaring attitudes within our society. The state, in acting in service of citizens and by extension the society, must act in preservation of our values. Therefore, we propose and believe that this motion should be implemented through a revision of criminal legislation, making the act of not assisting a person in danger when you yourself would not face serious risk a criminal offense. This criminalization would take place through fines with a maximum range of up to 500,000 Jamaican dollars or a maximum of 6 months in prison. And also, the framework would be expanded by the second speaker. Currently, the crime for not reporting child abuse has the same sanction as we are proposing. But just for clarity, it is extremely rare for the full fine provided for in legislation to be actually charged. The courts, being tasked with enforcing legislation, would then determine whether or not a person would be guilty or not guilty. The person who assists would also be protected by law from threat of legal action if he or she acts to assist someone in danger, but without knowledge or intention only aggravates the situation the person is in. This immunity is not applicable, however, when a person expresses his desire to not receive assistance, and despite his dangerous situation, and the responding person assists anyway. If a bystander will intervene in such a situation, despite the expressed wishes of the stressed person involved, and further aggravates or exacerbates the situation, then he will be liable for such action. Judges, there's already well-documented legal precedent surrounding this policy in other jurisdictions. Some countries may refer to it as the Samaritan law, but they do all share similar patterns and attempt to do the same thing. In the United States, all 50 states has some variation or have some variation of this policy. Additionally, here in Jamaica, this will be not without precedent. As for certain crimes already, there's a criminalization for failure to discharge one's civic duties and assist when a person is in danger. And I'll give you some of them. For example, failure to report child abuse, whether as a neighbor or as a guidance counselor, is strictly prohibited. This is a criminalization of an not accepted at this time. Judges, let me emphasize, it is important to build the moral consciousness of our Jamaican citizens. Our policy is not just about criminalizing people for the sake of criminalizing people. In my premise earlier, I would have highlighted the social decay currently being experienced in our country. We do not think simple legislation will be enough to fix this, and we in no way, shape, or form propose that. That is why our policy will be accompanied by necessary educational components, as will be expounded on by the second speaker from this side. In closing, we on this side are confident in the justification for this policy, and we are sure by the end of this debate, you will too. Thank you.
Thank you very much for that fine speech. First speaker there from the proposition team representing WOLMER'S Boys School. At this time, I call upon the first speaker from the opposition side, representing Knox College. Hear, hear. Knox, if you're hearing me, you may go ahead.
I'm hearing you. You hearing me?
Yes, I'm hearing you.
Honorable House, please permit me to challenge a definition posited by side proposition. Criminal liability, Mr. Speaker, refers to when a person can be held legally responsible for breaking the law. Criminal liability includes potential or actual responsibility, which means that a person can be charged and sentenced if they actually committed a convicted of committing a crime. Honorable House, pleasant greetings. I will begin by citing the impracticality of the imposition of criminal liability, as well as outline the policy we wish to implement to resolve it. The policy provided by proposition contravenes the existing laws, which will be further explored by our second speaker. Additionally, the stark contrast between the current status quo and that which obtains in countries that employs our policy will be delineated by our third speaker. Before I begin, I must address something stated by first speaker of side proposition. He would have stated that persons in Jamaica are quick to pull out their phones at the scene of an accident. Whether we like it or not, a proposition, it is their right to personal autonomy. They have the right to choose what they wish to do in such circumstances. They've put forward the ideas they wish to carry out to implement this policy, such as draining fines, Mr. Speaker, and imprisonment. Jamaicans have the pocket to pay these crimes. It is admirable that they wish to rectify the issue of apathy by imposing criminal liability. Criminalizing failure to assist others is impractical and difficult to enforce, Mr. Speaker. It is virtually impossible to determine whether someone was aware of a dangerous situation and failed to act appropriately. It is also difficult to completely determine what constitutes a serious risk and to determine whether someone is truly in danger. To believe anything otherwise is simply naive, Mr. Speaker. Risk assessment, danger assessment is subjective. It is not reasonable to expect everyone to be able to respond appropriately in every situation. An action that I may deem unsafe may be a regular Tuesday afternoon for the first speaker of side proposition. Who knows? It is not plausible, Mr. Speaker, to completely determine how or when you may be hurt while assisting someone. Permit me to posit the example of Jardine Grant, 26 years of age. She was killed during an altercation, Mr. Speaker, with another woman. Her own relative stated in an interview, and I quote, Jardine got pulled in it like bait. She's my relative, but it's so dumb. This to have nothing to do with her, and she lost her life because of this. She's a third party in the fight. The person who killed Jardine Grant beat up Jardine's friend. So what the friend did was bring Jardine in it the next day. Jardine is wrong. She shouldn't have gone to the place, but she got pulled into the fight. The family member stated that despite the immense grief as the family grapples with the news of her cousin's tragic and untimely death, Jardine is also culpable of blaming her demise. The idea of being free from risk is subjective, Mr. Speaker. Had Jardine been aware of the possible risk of death when she engaged in this altercation, she would have walked away. In other words, she would have failed to assist her friend who had been beaten by the real culprit. In this situation, Jardine is an onlooker. Proposition is suggesting that had she kept to herself, she would have been subject to criminal liability. They have chosen to blissfully ignore the fact that there are many Jardines in our society who have incorrectly assessed the risk of intervening and ended up paying a rather large price. Secondly, the opposition is aware of the crime rates, Mr. Speaker, the murder, the child mortality rate, the surmounting cases of domestic abuse, the rape, Mr. Speaker, the emotional abuse. But I assure you, imposing criminal liability is not the solution to these problems. Morals are often shaped by cultural, religious, and societal norms, Mr. Speaker, and values can be influenced by a variety of factors, including upbringing, education, personal experience, and exposure. They can also evolve and change as individuals and societies face and respond to new challenges and circumstances. Is the proposition ready to admit and take on the responsibility of vying for the rights of every single Jackson in Jamaica's land? To impose criminal liability, would infringe upon the rights of our citizens or innocent onlookers, Mr. Speaker. The proposition may try to justify the infringement of these rights in the name of good. But let me remind you that in situations of danger, typical law and order, what is right and wrong, good or bad, isn't always remembered. We would be infringing on citizens' right to personal autonomy without a secure end goal. We cannot expect persons in a democratic society, to relinquish their rights. Whether the risk is serious or not, you cannot expect someone to give up his or her right to safety and protection and put themselves in any kind of harm. We would want to be able to be a good society. However, this cannot be imposed on citizens to do. This cannot criminally be imposed on citizens to do. We would immediately infringe on their right to safety. How is this justified? Opposition would cite cases of abuse in homes, and if we don't report it, we're just as bad as the people who are guilty. Reporting it may not cause a serious risk to you immediately, but it will in time, Mr. Speaker. What we are contending is that you cannot make someone criminally liable. This should never be the case. Once the charge is imposed on you, you are a criminal. Even in these vulnerable situations, you do not know whether there's a serious risk. By imposing this policy, we would open ourselves to a new world of lawsuits where citizens argue and even sue for their innocence. So, as so clearly stated by the motion, they failed to assist, Mr. Speaker. They did nothing. Simply put, they were not involved. How can you criminally involve them? Imposing criminal liability on individuals who fail to assist others is unfair and unjust. Not everyone is equipped to handle emergency situations, Mr. Speaker, and not everyone has the same level of physical or mental ability. I may see it fit to scream and make noise if I see someone drowning, and you may see it fit to jump into action. We must not confuse empathy with logic. I may want to help you with every fiber of my being, but I am not mentally or physically capable to do so. It is noteworthy, Mr. Speaker. Criminalizing failure to assist others will have unintended consequences. It could discourage people from helping others in need for fear of legal repercussions, for fear of a $500 million fine, for fear of a 6-month imprisonment. This could result in more harm being done, as people may hesitate to act when they actually can. We, the opposition, understand, Mr. Speaker, we understand that the C-blind, hearer, and deaf mentality is crippling our nation and spiking crime and disaster rates. But instead of imposing criminal liability, Mr. Speaker, on individuals who fail to assist others, we suggest that we focus on educating people about the importance of helping others in need. We should encourage people rather than imposing criminal liability, encourage them to develop a sense of civic responsibility and to be aware of their surroundings. We should also work to create a culture of compassion and mutual support where people feel comfortable asking for help when they need it. This, Mr. Speaker, will safely encourage our people to look out for others as well as themselves. It will preserve personal autonomy, Mr. Speaker, and incite unity in a fluid republic. With this, the opposition momentarily pauses.
Thank you very much for that fine speech. First opposition speaker from the Knox College. This time we go again to the proposition side to hear from their second speaker. Let's meet that speaker. Welcome from WOLMER'S Boys School.
Ready. Am I audible?
Yes, we are able to hear you.
Okay. All protocols observed. Panel, my worthy opponents, viewers, good afternoon. In bolstering my team's case, my duty as second proposition speaker will be to further convince you of the urgent need for and the merits of our policy. As mentioned by my first speaker, this policy is modeled after the Good Samaritan laws employed in England and Wales, France, the People's Republic of China, and the United States. Certain jurisdictions, for example, the states of Vermont and France, impose an affirmative obligation on a person to provide assistance to an injured party, similar to our model. Our model requires, however, that individuals to offer assistance to others in danger with threat of criminal liability only if it would not place them in serious risk. The law provides impunity for individuals who do so from legal action being taken against them. We have carefully curated our model to protect all parties involved. While we believe in the impact of our model, we embrace the criticism of the opposition as a basis in which we strengthen our reasonings for this policy. So at this juncture, I will address some of the concerns by the opposition thus far. We do not believe that the challenging of our definition carried any particular weight in terms of what they said. They literally restated the definition that was proposed by my first speaker in terms of the actual or implied liability. We also believe that the scenario that was presented in terms of the ability to assess what is a serious risk was a very unfair example that was given in terms of the girl who was killed in a physical altercation. It is a bit more easily identifiable that a physical altercation is a risky event to intervene in. So we would have already outlined that reasonable assistance may come in several forms. It may come in terms of calling emergency avenues that are available, or asking for not accepted. The right to personal autonomy, which they mentioned, we believe is not strong enough to combat what we are presenting, because here the right to personal autonomy is also in direct competition here with the right to life. While a person does, well, in liberal democracies, it is usually the case that we would want to preserve people's right to choice. It is also sort of unfair for us to expect that this applies to all scenarios in which the harm that may come out of this would be greater than their ability
would be greater than the benefits of them being able to choose whether to help or not. Also, we would have clearly stated that we offer fines and rather than imprisonment. So we're not throwing people in prison for this. That would be a bit unrealistic. Mr. Speaker, judges, incline your ear as I present to you the case of drowning 17-year-old Jordan Robb at Bob Marley Beach. Accepted?
Okay, so criminal liability has to deal with punishment such as hefty fines and imprisonment. How exactly are you not going to use imprisonment? Then that would not be criminal liability, that would more relate to civil liability, sorry, not criminal.
That is not true. There are several crimes which do not attract prison sentences. So that's not true. I will continue in the fact that 17-year-old Jordan Robb at Bob Marley Beach in 11 miles, Bull Bay on Easter Monday of 2022. Jason White, his best friend, who is also 17 years, reported to the Gleaner, "I can't believe I watched my friend drown and couldn't help him. Robb at his ripe young age was ambitious and hopeful for life. He intended to make his mother proud by passing at least 6 subjects in his external exams. Little did he expect his life to end so soon. He was reputed to be a good swimmer. Unfortunately, after 2 plunges in the water, the second time crying for help, his friend White realized he was in distress. What bothers me is the fact that I asked for help but nobody moved," said Robb's best friend, Jason White. White reported that he had asked a well-known fisherman for assistance, who let him know he was on his own. A fisherman who, of all the civilians present, would be expected to know how to swim, did absolutely nothing to help the failing teenage boy, not even to ask somebody else for help to try and figure out all the adults in the vicinity who would also probably know how to swim and help him. So when the deceased young man's mother asked him why he did not help, all he could say was that he didn't know it was her son. This scenario perfectly demonstrates who would be eligible for criminal liability versus who would not be. Sentencing under this law will be based on the principle of the reasonable man. The legal definition of reasonable person standard hinges on what is considered typical behavior. The court considers the usual behavior of an average person under the same circumstances. Persons who meet or exceed an expected typical response aren't negligent. A metric of reasonable assistance in this case would have been met by the deceased Rob's best friend as he asked her on for help and even asked his friend's mother. Reasonable assistance can come in several forms, like offering water, calling an ambulance, police, carrying someone to safety. In the case that an individual freezes and fails to assist due to some incapacitating factor, these details would of course be taken into account by the courts. In addition to helping elucidate the metrics of this law, this story is key in highlighting the core of my first substantive point. This point says that the ill will and non-concern of those liable under this law would be punishable because of the magnitude of harm which emanates from their actions. While it would be an exaggeration to claim that allowing someone to suffer to the point of death would be, without intervention, is indirect murder, the very action of refusing assistance when capable is malicious and causes harm to the victim. This panel and audience is deserving of punishment. One of the fundamental rights given in the Jamaican Constitution is the right to life. We believe that depriving an individual of a greater chance of survival is essentially stripping this right away from them, especially in the case of the victim's incapacitation. Criminal penalties serve the purpose of not only deterring particular courses of action, but also issuing justice for the victim and others associated with them. When an individual suffers great pain or dies, it not only affects them, but those who have a stake in their life. A refusal to assist someone in danger creates a great chance for the exacerbation of the emotional and financial burden the victim will become for various stakeholders. So therefore, that is why we believe that this law would be helpful in actually helping persons understand the gravity of what could result from helping a person in danger. As Martin Luther King Jr. said, never be afraid to do what is right. Society's punishments are small compared to the wounds we inflict.
Thank you.
When we look the other way.
Thank you, Speaker. Thank you very much. Thank you very much for that fine speech. Second proposition speaker from WOLME'S Boys School. At this time, we make way for the second opposition speaker representing Knox College. Let's meet that speaker. Welcome. Hear, hear.
Am I audible?
Yes, you are.
Okay.
Adjudicators, Mr. Speaker, Honorable House, a pleasant afternoon. I am Daniela Rice, and I rise today as the second opposition speaker, firmly disassociating myself from the motion. This House would impose criminal liability on individuals who fail to assist a person in danger. When doing so, would not place them at serious risk. Mr. Speaker, in order to bolster the arguments of my teammates, I must prefer some potent points. However, before I do so, permit me to address a point made by the opposition speaker by posing a question. He stated how some persons may be eligible for criminal liability while some may be not. However, Mr. Speaker, how do you determine this eligibility? Is this not subjective, and are we bringing subjectiveness into the realm of law? Firstly, Mr. Speaker, the proposition may argue so boldly that imposing criminal liability for failing to assist a person in danger is necessary to promote social responsibility protect the vulnerable, and prevent unnecessary harm. Mr. Speaker, they may go on about morals being a foundation of the law, and whilst we certainly agree to some extent, we must draw the line, Mr. Speaker, where such a moral compass contravenes the existing law. When such a moral compass, Mr. Speaker, infringes upon your very rights and freedoms which exist in the Constitution. Mr. Speaker, may I remind the opposition that constitutional reform seeks positive improvements. Why must we then run ahead to change existing laws which are already working to protect our people and preserve the public's good? For instance, Mr. Speaker, to ensure Johnny Bravo saves Samantha from a potential human trafficking incident, though we can encourage him to act, we can't just fling him in a prison, we can't just give him a big fine because he chose not to. This would be an infringement upon his rights. This would be an infringement, Mr. Speaker, upon his right to freedom to conscience, and is it that, Mr. Speaker, we are to discard our rights, to discard our freedoms that have been laid down by our statutes in apply to ascertain a utopian society? Mr. Speaker, this is simply not pragmatic. And this leads me to my next point. Due to our present rights being contravened by such a policy, there may be conflict in our society, Mr. Speaker. We must take into consideration our present condition. For example, Ben may engage in a violent riot or protest simply on the basis that he does not agree with this policy. And this condition, Mr. Speaker, encompasses rebellion at our very rights and freedoms being stripped away to support an idealistic agenda. Mr. Speaker, this conversation is not merely about getting people to feel morally obligated to assisting others, but it is rooted deeply in preventing anarchy, Mr. Speaker. The United Nations puts it in an article that by restricting or eradicating rights such as person's autonomy, freedom of conscience, and freedom of liberty, we are increasing the fact of no stability, no sustained peace, no protection from harm, no equality, no democracy, Mr. Speaker. We must assess both the policy of the proposition and our counter policy. And in this case, our policy works, Mr. Speaker. Not only is it enforcing the social responsibility and morality the proposition so desperately desires, but it entrenches our rights and our freedoms. And with both needs being adhered to, we can have a society operating based on peace and unity. Mr. Speaker, we understand that the proposition seeks accountability, but this accountability, Mr. Speaker, should not fully be resting on the civilians. Mr. Speaker, it is with criminals who are supposed to be accountable for their own actions which affect the state and the law enforcement who are to apprehend such criminals in order to prevent the cycle of deviant behavior. So why, Mr. Speaker, are we giving our regular civilians criminal liability when in fact there are no criminals, unless of course the proposition would be so pompous as to believe that our right to choice, freedom of liberty, and of conscience are no crimes, unless they are willing to go and write up their own constitution where they criminalize the very laws which work not only to govern us as a people, but to protect us and ensure confidence in our legal system. Permit me to put an example. Mr. Abbott is merely walking down the street and witnesses a stabbing. He freezes in fright, wondering what to do, being so rooted in fear that he watches the entire incident unfold. Police come, Mr. Speaker, and instead of really apprehending the perpetrator, them are running poorly to Mr. Abbott, who in that position could really only stand and watch. And not only this, but when he is apprehended, he is deemed criminally liable. Mr. Abbott could be a representation of you and I, Mr. Speaker, and may I remind this honorable House that the penalties within this arena are rather harsh, ranging from hefty fines, when not Jamaican have in the first place, to imprisonment, Mr. Speaker. And what exactly are we charging for? fair. You cannot distinguish criminal liability from civil liability. We cannot put them together. We cannot take out something and put in something. The law is the law and nothing precedes the law. Moreover, Mr. Speaker, the proposition may argue that as a society, we have a duty to assist those in need, especially when done without significant risk to oneself. And yes, Mr. Speaker, we do somewhat agree, but I must make known to this honorable house that as my first speaker states, we cannot assess a risk. We as human beings with different minds, capacities of understanding and assessment cannot all legitimately analyze a risk and realize the potential outcomes of the situation. This is no common sense thing, Mr. Speaker. This is a matter of life or death. Currently, there is no standardized mechanism of or assessment to ascertain whether or not you will be put at serious risk. And this in itself, Mr. Speaker, may cause issues to arise. One such repercussion is that because you are not being able to proficiently analyze the risk of the situation, you may cause more crimes to be committed if you interfere. The proposition may argue, Mr. Speaker, that we could allow persons to make a simple phone call, but a simple call, Mr. Speaker, may prove to be extremely detrimental. Mr. Speaker, a simple phone call has caused the loss of a woman's life, simply trying to assist in a domestic abuse situation, and she was caught in the crossfire, killed, Mr. Speaker. Finally, the proposition may say that danger should not only be confined to the realm of crime. But Mr. Speaker, we are not confining it to the realm of crime. We are stretching it to accidents, to other forms of danger. Mr. Speaker, persons may not have the expertise to remedy such a situation. Should we criminalize them for their inexperience? In the case of danger, especially as it relates to such illnesses or events such as accidents, a vast majority of persons will not have training to deal with the situation and may cause it to be exacerbated. And most Jamaican people not have the experience, Mr. Speaker, so you cannot counter that. And whilst we don't debunk that in such a situation, a call may be put in, Mr. Speaker, if a citizen doesn't, Mr. Speaker, we should not be criminalizing them. And it is for such reasons, Mr. Speaker, that we stress our policy not to drive fear in the hearts of our citizens or villainize them, but to ensure their rights are protected, as is in a democracy, as is in a republic. With this, the opposition momentarily pauses.
We thank the second opposition speaker for her fine speech. We now call upon the third proposition speaker from WOLME'S Boys School to respond. Hear, hear. Yes, you are audible.
Thank you. Mr. Speaker, adjudicators, members of the opposition, fellow government members, and audience online, good afternoon. I rise as the third speaker for the proposition to cement the government's vehement support of the aforementioned motion. But before I get into my substantives, I offer each of us arguments brought forward by the opposition. Firstly, the opposition would like to highlight the argument of personal choice and personal autonomy. But we would say that the laws like this already exist, such as the law that states that if not reporting a child is being ill-treated to the children's registry, they should be fined. This is already a mandate that already affects personal autonomy. And why does it do that? Because we believe that society would be better off by implementing such laws. And that's why we need other laws on a wider scale to ensure that society on a whole is being better and more safe. They also have arguments to this being too harsh for 500 of law. Once again, we are adopting this policy from a civil law that already exists. The maximum fine for not reporting children being ill-treated to the children's registry is $500,000, which is what we have adopted. This is already stuff that are already in our constitution and in our law. Also, they say that education will do the job. What proof do they have that education only will remedy the situation that we have? We already have crime stuff. We are being encouraged with how is it effective? What proof do they have that crime stuff and the education and encouragement that comes with it that the government has pushed time and time again is actually being effective in stopping these crimes? Mr. Speaker, a big question that must arise when they get in this debate, as has been highlighted by the opposition, is what about individual rights? Why is it that we should compromise the free will of all our citizens by implementing such a policy? While it is important that the right to free will and a choice is preserved, it is also important to ensure the safety of all members of society. In cases like this, we believe it is important to take a big government approach. According to the African Voice First Principles Training Handbook, a big government position suggests that the government can't interfere with individual freedoms if the persons affected would be better off or less harmed as a result of the policy. And this policy seeks to do exactly that. By imposing a law like this, we're ensuring that a person will be better off having received help rather than stay in the imminent danger that they currently face. Take, for example, the case of 17-year-old Joanna Robb, as annotated by my second speaker, who drowned at the beach. His life would have been saved and had help being administered by those who witnessed his tragic death. Ultimately, their choice to not seek out help left a young and ambitious man lifeless. Judges, where someone's life is at stake, their right to life must trump a bystander's right to choice. And we believe that wholeheartedly, provided that they will not be put in harm's way. Let us clarify that help bad not accepted, bad act of physically offering assistance. However, calling special units such as the police or an ambulance will also be seen as helping or calling a more trained individual who you believe is more capable than you to offer assistance to affected individuals, or even just reporting suspicious incidents to the police, which already is the example that the opposition brought. Furthermore, implementing such a policy would result in a reduction in the rate of especially accepted.
You stated that when persons are in danger, their right to safety is being infringed upon, and so we should step on everyone else's right to safety. Therefore, are you comparing rights? Are you saying that if I'm in danger, my right to safety is trumps yours, so you have to step in and save me? If my life is in danger, then my right to safety is infringed upon, and your right to safety automatically flies out the window because you must jump in and save me, even if you risk you losing your own life, and not only that, losing yours and mine in the process.
Not what we are saying. That is not what we're saying. We're saying that if their life is at stake, it must trump your right to choose. And the motion already highlights that this is only applicable if the person offering help would not be put in immediate danger. Implementing this policy would reduce the rate of violent crimes, especially those stemming from abuse that occur within our country. It is often the case that others are aware of the occurrence of domestic violence but do not report it, hence leaving the victim to suffer. It is already required by law, according to the Office of the Children's Advocate, to report to the Children's Registry if you believe that a child is being ill-treated. Similarly, instituting such a law on a wide scale would see many victims of domestic abuse being extracted from those situations that would see them being hospitalized or, even worse, killed. Making a report when you think someone's life is at risk would be constituted as helping. A United Nations compiled list in 2017 of international female homicides, as Jamaica is the second highest ranked country, with 11 out of every 100,000 women dying. This same research reports that 58 of the women that die yearly die as a result of domestic violence. This is alarming and needs to change, which is why laws such as the one we have mentioned in the motion need to be put in place. Additionally, the implementation of this law would have the intended effect of improving morality within our country. As stated by the second speaker, law and morality have been interconnected, with law being a direct guide for something for what is morally right. This law will ultimately benefit the country as citizens would no longer just bear witness to someone in danger, fighting for their life, but will actively play a part in helping them alleviate harm as a result of being in danger. Instead of pulling out their phones to video the next month of the accident, more citizens would actively seek to assist the victims in these accidents. Judges, to conclude, I would like to remind you of the benefits that accompany implementing our policy. It would provide greater aid in ensuring the safety of all members of society. It would cause a reduction in the cases of violent crimes and further boost the sense of morality within our country. For this and previously outlined substantives, the government is resolute in their support of the motion. The proposition rests.
Points of information.
We thank the third proposition speaker for that fine speech. We now invite the third opposition speaker to present their speech. Hear, hear.
Learn how to separate the majors and the minors. A lot of people don't do well simply because they major in minor things. Jim Ron. Additionally, Please learn the difference between civil and criminal liability proposition. Honorable panel, opposition audience, a pleasant afternoon. I'm Dejani Fagan, third opposition speaker. Hence, I must re-emphasize our wholehearted rejection of the motion. This House would impose criminal liability on individuals who fail to assist a person in danger when doing so would not put them at serious risk for some highly salient reasons. Firstly, the opposition leader has defined the current status quo and presented a counter policy to the proposition's policy. Secondly, the deputy opposition leader has argued that imposing criminal liability contravenes personal rights. Thirdly, I will compare the current status quo to that which obtains in other countries that do not impose the proposition's policy. Honorable House, Mr. Speaker, what we mean by the seriousness of risk is subjective is that what the police and proposition might consider low risk is totally different from what civilians consider and experience as low risk. The proposition continues to argue that this and that is punishable. However, Mr. Speaker, punishment is a result of proving guilt. How can you charge someone for doing absolutely nothing? Mr. Speaker, there are moments when constituents act to assist others in danger, as the proposition encourages them to do, and end up in positions like Kaka, a resident in Trelawney who saw a verbal altercation between two men, no weapon spotted, no serious risk perceived. He stepped in and whoosh, one split across his face. Till date, the scar still stretches from his mouth to his left ear. It's the very same Sankey for the late John Barnes, a security guard who saw two boys fighting. No weapon spotted, no serious risk perceived. Yet he received a fatal uppercut from one of the boys. We can even share not his very own Mr. Spencer, who tried to part two fighting boys and was viciously bitten by one of them and ended up in the hospital to receive a life-saving tetanus shot as she contracted rabies. I mean, no weapon discovered, save the young lad's teeth.
Point of information.
Not accepted, Mr. Speaker. Once there is danger, then there is risk. Who, Mr. Speaker, is risk assessment left up to? Honorable House, the proposition claims that fragments of their policy are employed in America and therefore it works. However, Mr. Speaker, unlike America, where gun violence is now the order of the day, countries like Iceland, Denmark, Ireland, New Zealand, and Austria are deemed the top 5 safest countries on earth. Now, what accounts for this safety? Let us find out by examining Iceland. Iceland is deemed the safest country in the world, with only 5 persons being killed on the island in 2020. Mr. Speaker, there are only 640 police officers in Iceland, which gives a ratio of 1.76 police officers per 1,000 people. Police officers in Iceland do not carry weapons, another indication of the general safety level in the country. Honorable House, why is Iceland deemed one of the safest places to live? Honorable House, this is not due to imposing criminal liability on the innocent. Rather, the government sees it necessary to help its citizens lead law-abiding lives, which would reduce their chances of harming others. The government accomplishes this in the following ways. Number 1, high education levels. Number 2, promoting a culture of non-violence and social responsibility. Number 3, high employment rates. And number 4, encouraging a sense of civic responsibility. Honorable House, Jamaica, Iceland's polar opposite, is one of the most violent countries in the Caribbean. According to Statista.com, in 2022, there were approximately 62.9 homicides per 100,000 Jamaicans. This was the highest homicide rate in Latin America and the Caribbean that year. Mr. Speaker, will imposing criminal liability on Democrats who exercise their right to personal liberty alleviate our crime woes? In fact, this is a crime in and of itself, as a person is criminally liable or responsible for a crime when he or she has acted with criminal intent, as opposed to acting accidentally or having the ability to act deliberately. PositDefenseLawyer.com. Honorable House, action needs to be taken to mitigate crime and fast. So the proposition stance, Mr. Speaker, is a waste of valuable time and resources that ought to be utilized in providing proper crime plans and bringing rapists, murderers, thieves, and other criminals to justice. Honorable House, let us utilize the policy propounded by the opposition, which protects freedom of rights, whilst encouraging a culture of social responsibility, so that, like Iceland, we can have police walking without guns, so that we can sleep with our doors open at night, so that we can have 5 dege murders during 1 year. Look how we little and look how crime high. Let us not strain the government constituents relationship any further. Let us stand with our people, for our people. Opposition, on what grounds do you hold a constituent criminally liable for doing absolutely nothing? With this, the opposition momentarily pauses.
Thank you very much, third opposition speaker representing Knox College. At this time, we're going to take a 1-minute pause to allow the refinement of the reply speeches. At the end of the 1 minute, we will resume with the reply speech on the opposition side, followed by that from the proposition side. Your time begins now. All right, ladies and gentlemen, your 1 minute has just ended. So we now call upon the reply speaker from the opposition side, representing Knox College. Let's make that speaker welcome. Hear, hear.
Am I audible?
Yes, you are.
Greetings to this honorable house. As a reply speaker, it is my duty to highlight the contentions within this debate. First, Mr. Speaker, the first proposition speaker stated in his definition that criminal liability relates to a person being charged if they have committed a crime. However, Mr. Speaker, this directly criminalizes our rights to freedom of conscience, liberty, personal autonomy. Mr. Speaker, we understand. He says that this forms a callous attitude in our citizens. Mr. Speaker, and it is for this reason that our counter policy is calling for campaigns and investments which will hone our social responsibility, curtailing such callous attitude. Them prevention is better than cure, Mr. Speaker. By implementing such an approach, we are able to mitigate the disadvantages of the proposition's policies such as anarchy. They stated, Mr. Speaker, that we are able to bring to justice people who bring out cellular phones instead of helping. However, Mr. Speaker, this is not the justice we desire. Paying hefty fees and calling for imprisonment will have an opposite effect on our people. This will create social upheaval, Mr. Speaker. Have you ever seen our nation when they are mandated to impose such issues, such actions, riots, protests, confusion, and chaos, Mr. Speaker? I find it very funny how the proposition promotes such advantages, yet they neglect the shame that bombards us if we are to implement such a policy. They have failed to recognize the punishments attributed to criminal liability, such as hefty fines and imprisonment, which are extremely unfair for people who have literally done nothing. Mr. Speaker, the proposition argued that countries such as France and the US have implemented their policy. However, Mr. Speaker, when in fact a simple check can tell you that these developed countries do not criminalize. They invest into educating and training, Mr. Speaker. So this further concretizes our policy. Moreover, the question was asked, how do we know our policies is effective. And this was addressed, Mr. Speaker, by my third speaker, who referred to Iceland, who have experienced high levels of safety whilst entrenching the rights of their people, promoting peace, Mr. Speaker. The proposition speaks about restoring the person in danger and implementing fines, not imprisonment, but fines, such as the policy of the Children's Registry. But they fail to recognize, Mr. Speaker, that this falls squarely in the realm of civil law, not criminal liability. Finally, Mr. Speaker, the proposition is so deluded to believe that the right to life of the person in danger trumps your right to life. They have stated that the motion states when there are no serious risks. But is the purpose of this debate the opposition not to question the motion? And we beg to question, how are we so sure that there are no risks when there are no mechanisms in place to ensure there is really not a risk? Again, Mr. Speaker, permit me to reiterate, we are not trained to address such dangers, which may exacerbate the risk. And if it is such training that we are promoting, it is such education that we are promoting, something that can promote positive change to ensure that full republic remains full republic, to ensure that full democracy remains full democracy. And it is for these reasons, Mr. Speaker, that the opposition must rest.
Thank you very much for that kind speech. To conclude the case on behalf of the opposition team, Knox College. At this time, we make welcome the final speaker in this debate, the reply speaker from the proposition side, representing WOLMER'S Boys School. Hear, hear.
Am I audible?
Yes, you are.
All protocols observed, good afternoon. I return to just address all the major clashes in this debate and to highlight where our side, the proposition side, is stronger than Team Knox. Now, just to make a clarification on something that has been made in this debate, the topic of criminal liability and civil liability. Just to highlight to them, an argument would have been made by the opposition that not reporting child abuse falls under criminal liability. But just to educate my learning friend on that side, what exactly is an omission to act? An omission to act is that in criminal law, will constitute an act of serious and give rise to liability when the law imposes a duty to act and the defendant is in breach of that duty. What do I mean by this? Omission to act means that when you fail to do what you were supposed to do by statute or under statute, you then bear liability. That is criminal liability. What constitutes civil liability? It involves things that citizens are supposed to do, but they're not supposed to do, but they're not doing. And that's includes things like not paying taxes, and not participating, not paying taxes, not being involved in the political process. And those are more civil cases, and that includes things like tort and contract law. But that's not what this motion is focusing about. It just made that clarification more clear. They have also made references to several different countries, particularly Iceland. But just to highlight, Iceland is not Jamaica. The culture in Iceland is very different from Jamaica. The historical background of Iceland is far different from Jamaica. We have already highlighted that in Jamaica currently we have precedent with a similar matter like this. The Child Care Protection Act lists that if you do not report child abuse, you yourself will be criminally liable. And the sanction provided for in law at this time is $500,000. And the opposite side, team opposition, have constantly stated that we are charging enormous fines on persons for failure to assist a person in danger when we so not put them in danger. But let me just clarify that we have that framework currently right now in Jamaica, so I'm not understanding or we are being baffled by their arguments surrounding this. Also, an argument came out about the right of individual to choose, the right of individual to choose or the right to choose. We believe, as we have stated already, the right to life trumps all other rights. Therefore, we must act in protection of this to protect the right to life. The right to life is the most supreme right that exists over all spheres of life, and people must have the permission of this. Next, a point would have been made about, we would have stated the point of a reasonable man. And this was important in this debate because they asked about subjectivity or the practicality of the legislation. But we would have stated that the reasonable man would state that the courts, when they're assessing something like this, especially laws that are subjective, and let me just clarify that as well, we have both objective laws and subjective laws, and they both go together to manage a society because law and morality are very close related, and morality cannot be separated from law, and we need law and morality together. So therefore, we have both subjective and objective law. And one thing I should state is that the reasonable man would have stated that persons or the court, when assessing a crime, in particular a crime, in a particular circumstance, they would look at what would the reasonable man do in such a circumstance. And that is how we would phrase, that is how we would criminalize persons And this criminalization is not criminalizing for the sake of criminalizing. We have said already, the moral fabric of our country is in need of serious attention, and that's what this policy and this motion is attempting to achieve. Next thing that I should
Thank you very much. Unfortunately, sir, you're out of time. Thank you very much to that speaker and to all the speakers in this match. We have come to the end of an exciting contest. This time, we, the judges, will leave to deliberate and we'll return shortly with the results. Please, in the meantime, have a cordial exchange virtually. That's an invitation extended to both teams. Ladies and gentlemen, to this second debate, second semi-final match. Of course, we've had 4 matches. This is, you could say, the 4th match of the day. But ladies and gentlemen, this was in fact a very exciting contest between 2 very strong teams. We had WOLMER'S Boys School in proposition, and in opposition, we had Knox College. The idea that they were contesting was whether or not we should apply criminal liabilities to individuals who do not choose to render assistance to persons who are in need of help, despite the fact or in context where they don't perceive a threat to their own well-being. Of course, we want to, first of all, extend gratitude to the teams for really doing a very good job. And of course, the panel of adjudicators, we arrived at a split decision. But here goes the ideas, the important ideas that helped us to arrive at some degree of resolution. We think that the way the debate started was very good in terms of articulating for us the reason why principally, that's from the first speaker from WOLMER'S Boys School, why principally there is every reason to defend the motion. Of course, we got ideas surrounding the broad sort of contractarian values that sort of hold society together and justify society's sort of applying or imposing the requirement whereby individual citizens have an obligation one to another within the confines, of course, of them not perceiving threats to themselves, required to render assistance. Now, this idea contrasted sharply with what we got from team opposition. Team opposition defends, and quite consistently so, the value of individual autonomy, articulating that this is, these are values that are enshrined constitutionally. These are values that ought not to be trifled with. And in any event, there is clearly an abrogation of these values, the value of individual autonomy, and therefore, that makes what proposition is doing in this debate wrong. So that's kind of how the debate set up at the outset. We felt that the principle, as we said before, about the sort of communitarian values and the benefits that are to be arrived from that was clearly articulated from the outset from team proposition. We felt that there was need for more justification beyond simply saying that, well, it is a value, these are values, these are rights that we have, individual autonomy, for example. And therefore, and because this mechanism by team proposition infringes on the right to individual autonomy. Beyond that being the case, kind of articulating it in a kind of an is form, as opposed to why it ought not to be the case. We wanted to hear why it ought not to be the case. And importantly as well, we'd have liked if the opposition had explained to us clearer why it being the case is damaging on 2 fronts, maybe, at least at a principled level and also at a pragmatic level. Of course, that's not to say that we didn't get any of that whatsoever, Knox. I'm just saying that we would have liked to hear more work done in that regard. Also, we thought that it would have been really helpful for us to have direct engagement with the contrasting value system of the proposition side. Yes? Why is it that sort of, and I'm going to use an extreme term here, you could say enslaving citizens to the demands or sort of instrumentalizing citizens, seeing citizens as instruments of the state for the state's advantage to endure the state's benefit is not necessarily a good thing. Yes. Now, again, one of the things that helped us as well to solidify that kind of contestation of values was the concluding responses from WOLMER'S Boys School in proposition. When they argued that, well, in status quo, we have a number of instances in which the law does infringe on individual rights for the preservation of other individual rights or communitarian rights. Yes? So again, this was, we think, an adequate response to argumentation from Knox in relation to the need for defending sort of objectively the individual rights. In as much as it exists in status quo, we wanted to hear from Knox why it is that its existence in status quo makes it bad, given the fact that we felt that the argumentation from Knox was largely, well, this is problematic and potentially this is an anomaly. An anomaly. We felt that proved from Wilmer's Boys School that at least it is not an anomaly, and it exists to a large extent elsewhere. Also, in terms of a challenge we had coming from the opposition side, which were, we broadly categorize them as being sort of mechanistic challenges. Well, okay, so how will you prove that the individual does not actually perceive a threat and therefore is obliged to help? Yes. Also, how do you prove that the individual in rendering help does not perceive or does not appreciate that their actions may very well be leading to harm? Given the fact that that Wilmer's Boys School proffers a sort of a mechanism whereby the individual citizen rendering help, if harm results from their assistance, would be absolved from any criminal penalties therefrom. So we felt that, again, a lot of these questions from Knox we felt were already kind of inherently addressed by the fiat mechanism which governs debates, where proposition have some kind of a way in which they can argue that, well, the motion implies that the action can be done, therefore the action simply can be done. Let's carry on with the debate about whether or not it ought actually to be done. Yes. Again, that fiat, although was not articulated as such by Wilmer's Boys School, in as much as they pointed to other examples in which the mechanism exists in other jurisdictions like the United States, like China and so forth, then we felt that a lot of those mechanistic issues, certainly in the case of the range of democratic countries within which rights and values are definitely defended, we felt that a lot of those mechanisms would have, at least to some extent, already been resolved. And the third point that we felt that Wilmer's Boys School brought that, again, helped them to win this particular clash or question, is the fact that even within the Jamaican society, we have laws that already, again, infringe, you could say, on people's individual liberties, for example, their individual autonomy. Okay. All right, so those are two of the big issues that helped us to settle the debate. The third issue that I'll speak to is in relation to the question about whether or not we're dealing with civil litigation or criminal litigation. That issue arose when Wilmer's Boys School, the first speaker, articulated that we'll be engaging in terms of the imposition of penalties ranging from, I think, somewhere in the region of $500,000. Yes, and they make no mention of jail time. Yes. Knox responds to say, well, their understanding definitionally of what a criminal liability means necessitates the imposition of, well, not necessitates rather, let me step back a little bit, that it involves, at times at least, the imposition of jail sentences or jail time. We found that there's a way in which a point of information was asked of Wilmer's Boys School, the proposition team, by the opposition team, Knox College, that we felt that we're not sure if it was a kind of a slip or a misuse of language, but in as much as they say, well, criminal liability means the imposition of penalties, be they monetary fines or jail time. The use of the or there implies to us that it's one or the other. It's not necessarily one and the, both operating at the same time, thus meeting the threshold for what we are talking about definitionally. And so even as we listen as a panel to the continuation of the debate, we felt that understanding by Knox, posed by a point of information, articulated elsewhere in the debate through the substantive speeches, was consistent. So it was the idea of applying punitive sort of fines along with the potential of criminal imprisonment, but it's not both operating at the same time, which is required for the criminal litigation definition to be honored by the proposition team. All right. So, ladies and gentlemen, with those three issues resolved, we came to a determination, albeit a split decision, that the winner of this match is a team rather from the proposition side, WOLMER'S Boys School. So, congratulations, WOLMER'S Boys School, and very well tried, Knox College. The scores are proposition getting 243 points to opposition's 236 points. The best debater in this match hails from the proposition team, the first proposition speaker, and the commendable debater also from the proposition team, the third proposition speaker. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you so very much for tuning in, for sticking around, and for watching the debate. If you voted, well, hopefully your vote had some impact, because you know, at the end of the voting process, it was determined that Knox College won the public vote, and therefore congratulations to them for rallying the troops and getting persons to come out and vote for them. Ladies and gentlemen, we hope that this discussion has been helpful in terms of sparking discussions, you know, and stimulating a deeper understanding about what we mean by, you know, sort of applying regulations and laws having to do with the imposition of obligations on citizens to help each other, particularly when risks, harms are not perceived. We hope that we are able to help to encourage debates and dialogue going forward on this quest towards implementing a new Jamaican constitution. Thank you very much for your time. And with that, we end the semifinals for today and hope to see you next time for the third place playoff and grand finals match. Take care.